Good afternoon. It's Friday, and well, my weekend starts here. How you doing? Today we are going to try and crack on with Triangle and see how we can do. I do apologise for not streaming yesterday. I got carried away with what I was doing. There was an announcement for Path of Exile 2. For which I was watching, and well, it took a lot longer than I thought. I expected the announcement to be quite short. Turned out it kind of was, but it kind of wasn't. So the announcements ended up taking 90 minutes, which was considerably longer than I thought. And then a bunch of people were discussing about it afterwards. So I watched that and then looked up from the time because, and discovered that it was later than I thought. So I didn't stream yesterday. So I do apologise. So, where are we now? We are here. And we have bobbins. Come on, Rory. Come on. Oh. It's a hard work being a puppy dog. Hiya, how you doing? Ouch. I've had problems. I've on this finger here, so obviously there's a joint. Right, if I bend my finger, there's a joint there, there's a joint there. I have a pain kind of here in the middle, but kind of about there. And similarly about, well, it's a bit more to the side here, but on these fingers. I believe I broke them in the past. I certainly damaged them in the past doing karate, so I've got a feeling it is just the weather and a bit of, a tiny bit of arthritis trying to get me, but it's been troubling me for a little while and it comes and goes. My hip's the worst, but of course I don't do laser making with my hip. I mean, I sit, but obviously I don't, and so I've moaned about my hip a few times, but sitting's about as gentle as you can get on it. It's not grinding backwards and forwards like going upstairs or whatever. So, but yeah, pains in the hands are. I've moaned a few times about how cold it gets. Now I suffer from a problem where I cannot handle cold items. So I can't get things out the fridge. I can get things out the fridge, but I can't hold them for long. I almost can't get things out the freezer. Now, when you live alone, this is kind of annoying. I can't handle it. It makes my hands hurt so much. I literally end up dropping it, much to the delight of the dogs. And I've always been like this. I can't even peel potatoes that have been in the fridge. I have to run them under hot water, and because I just can't hold on to something cold. So if I get cold hands, I can be in agony. And so when I complain about my hands being cold, it kind of means I'm really quite in pain. So I do understand that the body and being able to do things is not always kind of working together. I mean, you know, it's not cold in here. I've got central heating if it was cold enough, but it's usually not cold enough, so the central heating's, you know, not kicked in because, well, it's not cold. But somehow my hands sometimes go, I'm cold, and, well, that's it, you know. I have come to the conclusion sometimes it's because I haven't eaten, although I don't know why eating would affect the temperature of my hands, but that does seem to be a semi-common factor in it all. So, anyway. My body is a medical miracle sometimes. So. In more ways than one. And I do mean that literally. My mother said she was always told she could never have children. Yeah, here I am. She told me I'd never be able to have children. Not that I've tried, so, you know. But her mother wasn't supposed to be able to have children, yet her mother managed to have at least 2. Although it was quite a surprise when I must have been nearly a teenager finding out that my mother had a sister. Because my mother had moaned all of her life about how her mother died when she was young and she didn't know her parents that well because they'd both died somehow when she was young. I don't know entirely what of. Retrospectively, I'm not sure my mother didn't have something to do with that. To be truly honest. But hi North Cal, I am rejoicing for it is Friday, and we all know that Friday is a great day, for it is the longest point between 2 working opportunities, and it is a time to be making lace and hugging dogs. And Rory is quite vocal today. He has woofed and growled at a few things. So you might be up for a rare Rory woofing, depending on what happens. The Amazon man may come with a new kettle because, well, my kettle died. And possibly in the great electrical event of the other week. But my kettle is now dead. Much to my dismay. So new kettle has been purchased, and one is hopefully arriving today. I apologise for not... I've already apologised, but I will do it some more, and I'll probably do it a few more times through the stream. I apologise for not streaming yesterday. I got carried away in a Path of Exile announcement, and all of that. Well, I primarily drink an awful lot of Diet Coke. I used to purely only drink tea. I'm British, of course, I only drink tea. I don't drink coffee, I only drink tea. But I'm not quite sure exactly what made me come to the conclusion. Like, well, exactly, right? I believe some V. Broken turtles are, frankly, a reason to call out the national art. God, you know, it is quite tragic. But ever since I stopped drinking tea, because although I am not lactose intolerant, definitely not. I eat way too much cheese for that stuff to be true. I can drink a pint of milk without a shadow of a doubt. But I was beginning to find that I could feel nauseous if I drank too much tea. Now, for a Brit who drinks tea by the pint, this is not words that come easily. So I switched to drinking less tea. So, I don't use my kettle as much as I used to, clearly, because I'm not constantly making beverages with it. But I still do primarily use it for things like pot noodles. I'm sorry, world, I like pot noodles. But it's you know, it's still really convenient way that we Brits have, because the kettles that most American have are not like our kettles, apparently. We have electric kettles that heat, you know, up to a litre in a bit of water in around about 3-4 minutes. We heat our water quick. Because, well, by the time we've decided we need a brew, we want it now. We do not microwave it, for that is the most stupid thing to do with water. And there was, in fact, a study done, in case... Right, I'm not against microwaves, I microwave things occasionally. I have no problem with the microwave, I've got one. Obviously, otherwise I wouldn't be able to use it. But there was a study once done that showed if you take normal water, so average tap water here in the UK, well, exactly. Kettles are kind of sacred over here. We take these things seriously, and not having a kettle, well, is kind of upsetting. It's taken more seriously than your house plant dying. It is quite a please think of me in these difficult times, kind of moment. But they did this experiment, and what they did is they took 3 identical plants, put them in kind of 3 identical windows, all in the same place. And what they did was they fed one plant tap water out the tap. Plant number 2 had boiled tap water that had been allowed to cool, and obviously from the tap. And plant number 3 had tap water microwaved and allowed to cool. Now all 3 plants stayed alive, so, it's not like your microwave's trying to kill you or anything. The tap water and the boiled water pretty much were on par. There was no real, there was a bit of a difference, but, within tolerances, shall we call it. The microwaved one barely grew. There was something about microwaving it that really altered everything, and then, I won't say the nutrition, because, water's hardly nutrition, but your body needs it. The microwave plant barely grew. So stop making your coffee and your tea by putting a mug of water in the microwave. And for those who are not sure, because you're not British, the correct method of making a cup of tea is to boil the water. You may use a saucepan or a kettle. Kettles are preferred due to the speed, and they are more efficient. You then put the tea bag in the mug and pour on the boiling water. It's got to be boiling, dudes. Coffee should not be boiling. Coffee should not have boiling water. The easiest way to get around that is to put a small amount of cold water in your instant nasty coffee and mix it together to form like a really thick paste at the bottom. but this stops the coffee beans from burning and takes away some of the bitterness, in case you didn't know. You then let your tea sit for a couple of minutes, somewhere in the region of generally 2 to 3 minutes, depending on how strong you like your tea and the tea that you are using. Should it be black tea of generic value, you then take the tea bag out, you then put any milk and sugar you require in it. You do not put cream in it, fuck off. Do not put sweeteners in it unless you have to. Sweeteners, if you are asthmatic, can exacerbate your asthma, in case you didn't know that either. There is an art form. It's like there is a debate that has raged through England for years. When you have a scone, which is a bit like an American biscuit, but Lord, your biscuits are weird. You have a scone. You should put butter on it. But do you put the cream or the jam on first? Now, the simple answer is, if you're from Cornwall, you put the if you put jam on first, you're more likely from Cornwall. Sorry, if you put cream on first, you're more likely from Cornwall. If you put jam on first, you're more likely from Devon. Now, I come from literally yards from the Devon border. As a child, that's where I was born. And I was taught, well, I wasn't exactly taught, I was encouraged. That is the definite word for it. I was specifically encouraged by my gran, who I loved with all my heart. When having cream teas, for which the cream and jam scone is an essential ingredient, the plan is to eat as much cream as humanly possible. Therefore, the cream has to go on last. Now, firstly, the cream should be clotted cream. It can't just be cream. It has to be clotted cream. Now, it sounds disgusting, but it's not. It's just set cream, for want of a better word. Yeah, PG Tips is preferred. I will say one of my problems, well, I've always found with, let's call them flavoured teas, is that, excuse my French, half of them taste like cat pee. They can smell glorious, but they rarely live up to the smell, you know? They don't taste anything. It's worse than a weak lemon squash, right? It's just not a thing. It is generally unpleasant. So, I'm with Nautical PG Tips for the win. For it is the most glorious of teas. I mean, to be honest, as long as it's tea flavoured, I probably will drink it. But you know, but yeah, the art of the tea, of the scone, is that you. It is. Life is distinctly too short for bad tea. And while tea is not a native thing to... Well, I've never really understood... Now, being British, this is probably embarrassing for me to admit, but I've never truly understood this whole concept of breakfast teas and all the rest of it. Now, I would agree there is posh tea and normal tea. So you get things like Earl Grey tea. But to be honest, you're wasting your posh tea on me because, well, I prefer standard, glorious PG tip style tea. Now, I've had, people have bought, as inevitably people seem to do, a selection of teas for you, and you get a pile of tea bags of varying, options. And in them have been breakfast teas and other teas, right? Didn't really see the kind of purpose. Now, Naughty Kelp, some of it, I believe, is you get people who do they can't drink coffee on the afternoon, so I can only drink tea. And you're like, well, you do know there's more caffeine in the tea, right? But it's just not so it's not as absorbable as the caffeine in the coffee, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then you get the I've got to have my morning coffee. I can't get up without my morning coffee. Why not? Why have you conditioned yourself to require coffee to get out of bed? Because you have conditioned yourself to that. It is not a natural state. No, and caffeine is not essential. It's... Dare I say it, for those who cannot operate life without your coffee, have you considered that it isn't a form of an addiction? If you are unable to work your life without coffee, therefore you must drink it or other things with caffeine in, have you considered you are addicted to this? And it is something you have trained in yourself, for you didn't need to. You're not born this way. Unfortunately, I've never been one that liked coffee. I can drink it, I just don't like it. And sometimes, especially first thing in the morning, the smell of coffee can really make me feel quite awful. This can be really bad at work when when you're in a shared office and you go into the kitchen to make your cup of tea, and all you can smell is like the strongest stink of coffee because they've got Nespresso machines and stuff in there, and it can make me want to retch. It's that strong. It's a bit like smokers, because we all know that there are smokers you just smell, and then there are smokers you smell like they've been, smoking the local rubbish tip, right? And, it's rolled up tyres and dog turds or something. It's, I don't know what's in it, but that's what it smells like. And it is absolutely, it is acrid. It is absolutely awful. And for those people, I find... Well done, Amy. Whatever it is. Could be the Amazon man. It's the Amazon man, I imagine. Hang on, one moment, please. Wait 2 seconds, dog. Wait 2 seconds. This kettle looks a bit small. I mean, no, it doesn't really fit. I don't need a huge one. This kettle will boil 1 cup of water in 45 seconds. That's pretty fast. Before I have new kettle and annoying dogs. Yeah, not to kill. I'm not a fan of. I'm just not a fan of coffee. Full stop. To be honest. You see, I expected tall, slender kettle, because that's the picture, right? This looks remarkably. Oh, it is reasonably tall, actually. It's just that the box looks really short and dumpy. It's because the box is a tad wider than it needs to be. Makes it look dumpy. But I shall go christen it later. But here is my new kettle. It's much like the old one. What the flying fuck is that? It is, and there's. I'll send you a picture of it. Hang on, naughty cat. Because, you know, I can easily send you pictures of stuff far easier than I can put it on stream. Hang on. I want to show you what's inside my kettle. There's orange things inside my kettle, only they're attached. Oh! I think they're guides for cups. I did fix some of them, and I left co-worker fixing a bunch of his fuck-ups earlier. I have now run it on prod. Oh, that was interesting. Yes, I found more. I have now tidied up a few things that, because some things do this way and some things had to do it a slightly different way. So I've now got tests and I've made it so that, you know, you're in one group or the other. There we go. I shall christen my kettle. Wow, that's a really friggin' short lead, dudes. Oh, no, it can come out more than that. Okay, that's all right. I was going to say, that's one hell of a short electrical lead. I shall christen that later. I will make me a cup of tea, just for the privilege of making a cup of tea. I shall do that. For it is a required pastime, after all. So, yes, I did manage to do something with my... I've always got the key to the back door. I can do what I like to my servers, darling. Yeah, I found glorious things that my co-worker had done, and I left him fixing them because he's been not running the things that he was supposed to on his servers because he's got a couple, and so well, fix that, and yes. But even he agrees my testy thing's a good plan. And next week I shall try and show him the output thereof. So that we can plan more things to keep an eye on. For the more we keep an eye on, the more things people can't fiddle without our knowledge. Because I've made it, I've added many options now. I was thinking the other day, and I had an idea on how to achieve something that I've been puzzling about for a while. And, well, I implemented that, and it's kind of counter opposite, which would also be needed. And I basically had a brilliant idea, and I have implemented that. And what I am going to do is I'm going to run. I decided not to set it today because, well, that's always a bad plan. In case it went wonky over the weekend. Not that it really matters if it goes wonky over the weekend, but I decided not to set it to run over the weekend just in case. And I'm going to set it to run every kind of weekday morning so that we can check who's done what or what's not correct and have it as part of our daily checks kind of thing and have it do the work, and all we do is view the file and go, that shouldn't be like that, because there are a few things in there which should be like that. So some things are not configured yet, therefore they show up as not configured yet, but at the same time it is that kind of moment that you sit there going, that's fine, it's perfectly okay. Oh, look, adverts. Christy, I know you've got sore hand, so obviously you're not making much at the moment, but I don't know if you saw on Facebook this week, a woman posted, well, it was probably towards the end of last week, a woman posted, and she'd made a square, basically 4 times the size of these. So she'd made one, bear in mind I've made, 6 1/4 basically, give or take a bit. It took her 15 months. 15 months. The pattern was not, I don't know, it didn't look to be particularly, I mean, I'm not going to say it was the same as mine, because of course it wasn't the same as mine, but it was uncomparable. It was made of a few, it had a couple of sections, it didn't have too many overly complicated things in it. 15 months. I do feel slightly better about the speed I'm going on my triangles now, that's for sure. Because, I was thinking maybe I'm a bit slow, maybe I'm a bit shit. But she's made me feel a bit better, because 15 months to make basically a 30 centimetre square. Yeah, it's not a race. Totally not a race. But 15 months. That just seems a very long time. And not ideal, more to the point. Now, I need to reach for my pokiness. Before I moved my pokiness, that's the other pokiness. Oh, the pokiness. To poke these down. Yeah, 15 months. Can you, I mean, she had a lot more bobbins on her pillow, obviously, because yeah, I mean, it was a nice square. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's a square, you know. But I did kind of look at it kind of going, 15 months. I mean, I'm averaging one a month. So in 4 months, I did a comparable sized square. 15 months. Now, obviously it does depend a little on how much time you can devote to said square. Because if you can only do half an hour a day, you know, well, then it isn't going to grow very fast. So, you know, but 15 months, I'm glad that I have more time to give than that. Because I think if let's say that I was working at a similar pace, and so 15 months for 4 squares, well, given I want 18 of the buggers, I'll be looking at retiring by the time I finish this stuff. Okay, well, maybe not, but you know what I mean. Yeah, that would make it a very, very big commitment. I mean, I worked out that this is likely to take me about 18 months, give or take a bit. So that is the time scale I have started out with in my mind. And I'm on par to certainly achieve that, I think. But if it was going to take that long, oh no, I'd be pretty unhappy about that. That's a long time, you know. And I was just thinking, I thought of you and the fact that, you know, you're kind of inspired to make a curtain. And, well, thank you, Rory. So I told you he was feeling vocal today. Thank you. What were you growly growl at? Hey, little man? What were you growling at? He had a big growl last night, and there were hackles and everything. Your little baby hackles. Good boy. Yeah, sure. What are you growling at? It's nice out. It is. Yes. I know. I know. I know, smelly face. Oh, what a yawn. A little man, aren't you? See? One moment while I huggy the dogs. But yes, I'm pretty sure, Christy, because you were planning on a much bigger curtain than I'm doing, I hope for you that yours does not take a comparable time to hers. And I mean, some of it truly is down to the pattern and what you do with it. And also, obviously, you as a person. So each person is going to take to a new pattern differently. Some people will go, okay, twisty, twisty, crossy, crossy, whatever, do. Some people will get really stuck on certain aspects of it. Now, it doesn't make them any worse or better. They're just different. I mean, from a speed point of view, you could argue better or worse, because, you know, but as I keep saying, it is not a race. We do this for fun. We keep having to remind ourselves of this, but we do this for fun. So as a result of doing this for fun, even though the fun may often feel somewhat optional, in that there are definitely days when it feels less fun, we do have, we do have the option to not do things. We can choose to do it today, we can choose to do it tomorrow, we can choose to spend 10 hours on Saturday doing it, or we can not, right? It is for fun. If you do it as your job, well, now you kind of gotta, right? And of course, back in like the 1800s, women did do this as jobs. And for them, I have a lot of sympathy. Because for those poor women, they didn't have a choice. It was not well paid. Which, you know, considering, I mean, I keep pointing out that any of you can do this. Because, of course, any of you can do this. But to make it for your job, to make it for, you know, repeatedly all day, every day, as you well know, I make mistakes. And arguably, those mistakes do not matter. If I was to be making this commercially, I would feel very different. Because, well, now my reputation depends upon it. Whereas I'm doing this because I can. Right? And literally no more complicated than because I can. So, with that in mind, you then find yourself doing the, well, if I was doing it for someone else, and I've always joked about doing it for the King or the Louvre or something, right? But you want it to be perfect. So if you spend 6 hours and notice that way back 5 hours ago, you made a mistake, well, you're likely to be undoing all of that now, aren't you? And that is soul destroying. And, you know, they didn't have the greatest of conditions to do it in. You know, they certainly wouldn't have had... they would have had to have sourced all of the raw ingredients for themselves out of their own money to then sell once the deed is done. And you know, to be honest, and with great respect, often you choose or not to choose to add lace to something. And again, that is kind of your decision. But what I'm talking about are people whose sole job was for, you know, 40 to 80 hours a week. Because, you know, back then they didn't have workers' rules to say you only do 37 hours a week and the EU demand you have a break afterwards. That's a good point, actually. I just thought something. But it is that's all they did. They did not do make some lace and then make something else. They made some lace, and that was it. And now, admittedly, if I had to spend every week of every year, probably with no holidays, while coughing up lungs and have fun, Struce and V, be safe. But people back then did not have, you know, the regulations, the considerations, you know, they didn't get, you know, health insurance, or they didn't get, you know, paid days off, and so these people would have worked to the bone. And so chances are, even if you were no better than me when they started, they would quickly become better at it. Because, well, that's all they're doing all day, every day. Whereas, when I'm not doing this, I hold down a full-time job, not making lace. And so, for many hours of the week, I am not doing this. And I come back to it, and my brain's been doing other things, and, you know, I won't say I've forgotten stuff, but, you know, the mistakes of yesterday are kind of long and gone. And you would have started this at an early age back then as well. You'd have been doing this as a child, slave labour style. Well, because, well, it was. And it is kind of... So they would naturally have got faster at it. They would have got better at it. And they probably wouldn't have had decent tools to do it. So, you know, as we all know, I really, really, really want some ebony bobbins. Oh, dear God. Just sit still, dog. Give me strength. But that they cost, well, an arm and a leg, frankly. Now, technically, as of next month, when I should be paid a considerable bonus, mainly because I get last year's bonus from Company A and a quarter of this year's bonus from Company B, so kind of a bit of a windfall for me next month, hopefully. With that in mind, buying expensive bobbins suddenly looks a little bit more doable. For I have no pressing emergencies that I need to do. I could put a new clutch in the car, or I could not. You know, it hasn't failed yet. Well, it is. Don't understand. Something's escaped me, and that one's not one that's. But it is money that I have. Well, it can, but I would need to buy all the bits first, because although I can do it, I do not possess the tools currently to do so. Now, I have considered it because, well, I could very much do this. Oddly, there is a guy who lives in the next village over. And I say that very, very carefully because, well, I used to live there. In fact, I all but probably live next door to him. Because I bought something off eBay. And I got a message from him on eBay. You know, as you do, you buy something from a dude on eBay, right? And he wrote to me and he said, is it alright if I drop it round? For all your boots, love. I mean, you know, if you're going to be passing or something. You know, well, I only live in the next set of village. And it was like, literally, it's like, you know, a mile down the road. Well, it's not even a mile down the road. It's, you know, I mean, even I can walk that far. So, depending on where, of course, exactly, but it could be a mile away, right? It really is very close. And I was like, yeah, feel free. Drop round, you know, I work from home, so I'll be in. And sure enough, next day, ding dong, there he was, handed me my parcel. Thank you very much. I'll refund you the postage, he says. Thank you very much. Didn't need to. I mean, you drove here, so, you know, someone had to deliver it. And he said, yeah. I've seen you on Facebook. Oh, have you? Okay. You know, I'm in the bobbin makers group because I used to do all these things, and I nearly said, well, you know, how much for all your old shit then, if you've still got it. At one point, I was I'd been talking with a guy who makes wooden things, and I encouraged him to make something and help, and gave him some feedback on something he had made. And we had a long discussion over it. In fact, we had many discussions over it. And it was almost like I felt he was priming me to take over his business. Because he was talking with me like it was going to be, you know, well, you know, we could, you know, we with this and we with that. And it suddenly changed one day, and I don't know quite why. Whatever. It's, you know, I wasn't desperate to do it. But the things that he makes inkle looms. And his inkle loom making took off like a rocket. Partly in thanks to me. I suggested that he made a slightly more compact one. I gave him some hints on how to make it more durable because, and, you know, discussed with him. In case you don't know, an inkle loom is roughly an F shape, so it's got a long bit with two prongy bits. And there's a slidey bar that kind of goes on, usually on the, you know, the pipe of the F, right? And he'd used wing nuts. Now, wing nuts are great, but they are not very easy on the human fingers, especially to do them tight enough to withstand the tension of what you need, And basically I stripped the bolt, right? And I suggested to him that what he could do is to get more strength so that it wouldn't bend, because, well, that's been a thing apparently. He could put the bolt down the centre of the... Oh, hang on, spam bot. Bye-bye, spam pot. I hope you didn't want your life, because you'll not live very long. Hang on. But, you know, if you put the bolt down through the middle of the peg that gets used for the tension peg, and then uses their plastic big chunky ends, so they're kind of like this in diameter, more like kind of this than the inside, but, you know, round, they've got grooves on and they're much easier to turn, right? And he was like, oh my God, because I'd asked him basically, how big are your bolts so that I can buy some of these off Amazon? He said, well, let me buy some and you can test one out for me. So I did. And it was a rip-roaring success. And I took some pictures of it, made a nice picture, and some of my pictures are used on his website. He did ask, don't worry. And, you know, I posted about it, and lots of people bought them. So, you know, he is a semi-retired individual, and, you know, he's not getting younger. But his kind of hobby business for, you know, beer money or whatever he uses it for, took off, and he was ever so happy. And so, you know, I was his best friend for ages, and he would literally almost mail me, you know, hi, I'm doing this today, you know, I thought about this, and I, you know, almost like the, you know, well, the dog did this, and we've said that, and you know, and suddenly it all stopped, and I don't know quite what changed, but not necessarily a problem. But we had lots of discussions about things like whether he should stain it, varnish it, and it's like, you can varnish it as long as it's a clear varnish and it's quite runny and so it sinks into the wood. Try not to stain it, because if the stain is, if any of the varnish or waxing that you put on comes off, that then goes into the work. People will be mad, because I had that. I do a thing called tablet weaving as well as inkle weaving. And tablet weaving, you have these little things. Now, if I grab this, because this would be good for it. If I chopped this in half so that it was kind of 2 squares. I mean, it's not quite square, but go with it, right? So if I made a square out of this, you put holes in the corners with a hole punch, and you can use it. Now, obviously, wooden ones, or leather ones, are quite preferable because... well, they just are. But because they last longer. Obviously, card tends to wear, and as you twist it, it tends to chew away a little bit at the corners. And anyway, I bought these glorious wooden ones. Failed to pay attention to something. So, what I didn't realise was that while I guessed they were stained, what I didn't guess was that they were stained with a stained wax. So when I made something with a white background, all the coloured wax came off on my work now, didn't it? I was furious. Because it almost makes it not fit for purpose. So yeah, I was furious at that. So hence, I do warn people who are thinking, hey, I can stain my weaving loom, I can stain... Be careful. If that comes off, and depending on how you do it, and how you protect it, if that comes off and stains your work, don't be saying I didn't tell you. And a lot of people have come back with, I never thought that. Hello! Well, I didn't think of it either. And look what happened. You know. But a lot of these things, I could have made them if I had some tools. But I didn't, so I didn't, if you know what I mean. But I really don't need to be practicing more hobbies, to be honest. I have plenty of hobbies. I have more than enough crafting to keep me going. That's not right. You go for that. Well, considering they do not have to be, you know, I'm not asking for the intricately, you know, you see it often on spirals of banisters where you've got the double spiral. I'm not asking for anything complicated like that. This shape is perfectly good. And to be honest, this sort of shape is actually really quite easy to make. For you do the little scoopy bit here, you do the scoopy bit here, you do a hard inset straight bit for here, because, well, that's the whole point. And then you do the curve for there, you do the curve for there, and you end it with a little bit of a nozzle, and then you sand it off at the end. Because it will get to the point where it will nearly snap out the thing, and then it's done, right? It is not a hard thing to make. You have to have reasonable control, and while you need it to work at a reasonable speed, you don't want it too high speed because that will influence, you know, potential problems. But it's got to be, you know, there's a sweet spot as always with these things. But you know, it's. I'm not saying it's easy, but you know, there are definitely harder things to work on. You know, and it's not like there's a lot of shaping. It's in theory they really would be quite quick to make. So and of course, if you were going to make them in bulk, you could do a resting piece. So you have like the silhouette of the shape, so you can use your tool and you just rely on movement, which of course is how they manufacture them. So If you can hear snoring, that'll be Rory. Well, and this is the problem I have, is at least if I've made one, my brain can maybe sod off and say I've done one. Congratulations, let's do something else. However, I'm still very much stuck with the fact of I don't really need anything made of lace. Therefore, well, I've got to find something I'd use. And one thing I have considered doing is like half curtains and half lace. So you make it as an all-in-one piece, and the top half stays a curtain, and the bottom half is lace. I'm considering one of those. Because I think that could work quite nicely for a window. That's too many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's not. Foot's going to sleep again. Take care, Nautical, and if you need anything, shout me, right? I should point out that Naughty Count's about a 2-hour drive from here, but um, the truth of the matter is you know, gotta look out for your friends, right? It's not like I can drive around the corner and help, you know. Um, See, that's not exactly small now, is it? And as you say, practice piece. I mean, this is the problem with lace making, is that is not exactly going to be. It's not like it's a weekend's kind of effort. That is a considerable amount of effort. Well, as we know, I've made basically a piece of lace in 6 months that's about 45 centimetres by 30 something centimetres and a triangle, right? Now, let's say Christy's way faster than me, partly because, you know, she's got maybe more time to do it, or, you know, or she's just faster. But even so, to achieve 2.5 metres by, you know, 1.75 metres is not an insurmountable amount of lace. It really is not. And that's your practice piece. I mean, we all want to do... I mean, like I've said, I want to do some practice pieces, but the practice pieces would need to be big enough that I feel that they constitute proof of working over a larger area, because obviously, you know, maybe doing a fake join between two 2-inch sections, well, doesn't take so much skill now, does it? You've only got 2 inches. But to do it over a longer piece, to make it, you know, and make it kind of an invisible join, well, that's going to take a little bit more effort. And so, you know, I'd want to do something like 10 centimetres by 15 or something as a few strips, and then join them together using different methods and decide which one I like the most. So I would need a number of those strips. Well, then you're getting into, you've made quite a large piece of stuff, and the only thing that's potentially wrong with it is how you joined it together. Well, that's not really much of a plan now, is it? You see, that's the problem I'm at, is I need to make some test joiner pieces to practice some ideas of joining, and to see if whether my drawing ideas work, or I am not capable of them, or a mixture of the two. For they may or may not be entirely practical to do. So yes, the problem is like I said before, is that if you're doing a knitting swatch of like 10 centimetres by 10 centimetres, this is usually, even in fairly fine sock yarn, not that big a deal, because if nothing else, you could arguably unpull it and use the yarn again. You just can't do that with lace making. You really can't. And not practically. And again, you wouldn't really want to, because it would take as long to undo it as it would to do it. Sometimes longer. So, with that in mind, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Test swatches, for want of a better word, in lace making are just not practical. It's a bit like weaving. I mean, weaving is marginally more forgiving. So, in weaving, you decide how long you want your thing to be, and this determines how much warp you need. Now, obviously, if you wanted it to be a specific width, this could get you in trouble, because obviously, if you start out your working and decide that it's too dense or it's too not dense enough, well, if it's too dense, that's easy. You just ignore a bunch of threads on the end, chop them off, and have them curl up at the back of the loom. You can do that, depending on the pattern, of course. Some patterns might not be so appreciative of this manner. But when it comes to lace making, while obviously you pin it, hello, Net Kisser. Lurking is good. We like lurks. We like lurks. Lurkies is cool. This is why I didn't stick these, is because I'm about to use them. More bobbins. More bobbins. But yeah, I want to make some test pieces, but I'm just put off by the amount of time it would take me to make them. But what I probably should do is measure a window, measure half the height of the window, and make a half window, so roughly how much, just a... You see, that's considerably faster than me. So yeah, mind you, I say that, that's not necessarily true, because I mean, it is faster than me. I'm pretty sure that is faster than me. But of course, a lot of my problem with the square, for example, is the faffing of bobbins. It is the it is the turn. Not that turning a corner is hard, but turning of a corner, you know, shuffling all the bobbins around, rearranging cloths, doing all of that. And obviously I talk a lot when I'm on streams. So I think if I was doing a strip on my roller cushion, for which of course I have 2 roller cushions, that this would be, I would be faster. I don't dispute I would be faster. I definitely think that would be a thing. It's not right. Yes, it is. I'm not sure if I'd be that much faster, but I definitely think I would be faster because you just keep going, kind of thing. So it would be interesting. It would be interesting to see. And it is. I am gonna have to go there because my brain wants to try strips and joining them, and you know, it's got all these ideas about how to join them. But I think if I made a half curtain, you know, if I planned it as a half curtain, that could be a thing. Problem is my brain's kind of going, but I want to put beads in it. Oh, shut up, brain. Brain, you really are just not helpful, you know? need one of those, actually. Oh, no, I don't. Oh, I'm good. Blimey, that would be fast. Really? Bear in mind that's 2/3 of this square. Of course, it does depend on what size thread you're using, I suppose, but that does seem a little bit kind of fast. Either that, or you are lightningly fast and I am really shit. But it's also a very great possibility. But you know, that seems awfully fast. But as I say, because I don't tend to make strips, I've been doing squares. Where's my... Is it this one? Yeah, there we go. So, checking my maths. Hang on. I have une tape of mesure. So, this is... Get out the way. Stop being helpful. All right. This is 15.5 centimetres wide. So if you're saying you would do that strip, so from top to bottom there, in 12 hours. Ah, that's a week. That's a week of my time. Fair enough. Fair enough. But again, I mean, some of it does depend, because obviously some stitches go considerably faster than others. So it depends how much, where and when, I guess. And all of those kind of notions. But yeah, kudos to you. Well, that really does put Mrs. I took 15 months to do a square that's kind of twice the size of your strips to shame a little bit. But then, as I say, just because it took 15 months of months, it's not necessarily 15 months of, 8-10 hours a day. It could be she's doing half an hour a day. And this, of course, is one of those things is, how long did it take you? Oh, well, it took me this long. Yeah, that's not really the answer. How many hours of work did it take, That doesn't look right. That distinctly looks wrong. I can't see why. Yeah, you see, there's no way it's 18 hours, but then, as I've said, I do stop and talk on my videos, so that's definitely, not helping. But even so, it takes me about a week a triangle. Now this week, we can see I've done really well this week, for I've had 2 days off, and we're still closing on the end, kind of on a Friday. So this week, I had a good week. But not all weeks are good weeks. And I think that's kind of sometimes the danger of it. That doesn't feel right. How have you come out of 2 pins? I'm pretty sure one of you was a mistake. I think you were not required. There you go. Yeah, and I think that can be part of the killer for it, to be honest, is the bobbin management. This is not looking right. Because this string here seems to go from there through to here. And I've got a loop around somewhere. No. But how if you ended up over there when you were over there and you were done after? I'm going to have to undo a bit because this doesn't look right. Something's gone freaky, and I don't quite see how. See, that looks normal enough. Put you in and then do this and spend half my life rewinding bobbins. Part of it, I think, is the fact that this pin here is leaning a little too much, and this is not helping my picturing of what's going on. That looks a bit better. Why am I grabbing more pins? I've got thousands of pins. There. But you see, if you're making strips and you do it on a roller pillar, you don't need... I mean, obviously you need enough bobbins to go across. And obviously this is only enough bobbins in this style with this pattern at this distance of pin gap and all the rest of it. Is what, 48 pairs of bobbins or something. So for it to be, you know, a full 10 centimetres and it's kind of nearly 8, you're going to add a handful more on the end. So, you know, you're going to have kind of this many, and bobbin, you know, keeping them out of the way and sorting them out does take time. But again, roughly, in part, depending on how you do it. I saw that. You literally just kind of undid in front of my very, very eyes. You're just rude, Mr. Bobbin. Come on. Stop being awkward. Thank you. And I am really tempted, as like you, I want to make some test strips. I want to see if I can join them. I want to see, you know, if doing strips is a viable option. And I do think that to an extent, strips is quicker. I mean, obviously doing it in one piece would be nice, because then you'd have to join the bagger together afterwards. Because, you know, that really would be a pleasurable part of it, is not having to join them afterwards. So, I don't know. I do have things, you know. But the fact that they're not quick things to try, they are slow things to try, really does not enamour the process, you know. It does. In fact, it's rather off-putting, to be honest. For this is, you know, this is not a quick hobby, and well, sometimes you have to trust the faith, you know. Idiot. Forgot to add one on the inside. Here we go. Grab you. Twist anyway. I hadn't grabbed a pin. didn't undo that one, so let's undo that a sec. Now we have pin. Hang on. You're missing a pin. I thought you out by it. There you go, you can have a pin. Now, you get a pin. No, I had already taken a pair, so I had brought you in. That's okay. Putting in sticks for 2 seconds because I've got a cloth stitch bit to do here before I can use you and do the next bit across the bottom. So you go over there. You are unused, but you need to come out. How come I suddenly have 13 emails? I'll read that one later. So, we're going to need you, and you are already part of it. Yeah, hang on. Once again, foot going to sleep, foot going to sleep, foot going to sleep. Well, actually, it's possibly already gone to sleep. Let's truly be honest here. Only 3 more chunks to go. Yay! Big chunk, tiny chunk, medium. Well, big chunk, tiny chunk, medium chunk. Because this is more stitches than this stitches, so. We're doing all right. So, we want you out of there. And we're going to grab you out of there for a minute, and we're going to chuck you out the way. And we're going to need you. This is the biggest problem with all of these things. You get threads that try and then of course, if you don't notice them, they end up as loops later that you didn't want, which of course is not what you needed. Make these a bit shorter. You see, that kind of does sound squarey, but of course, when I say it takes me about a month to do a square, I'm talking 4 weeks, not necessarily a month. So that's 28 days. But on top of that, I tend to take 1 day off a week. I'm usually only doing between 90 minutes and 3 hours a day. If I actually, and of course a lot of it is stopping and talking, so if I actually summed it up and kind of, shut up, got on with it, and all of those kind of things, as well as worked it out on a, if I took X weeks off, what would happen. Now bear in mind, of course, technically I did that during December, but I did not spend, 12 weeks doing lace making, 12 hours a day doing lace making, but there's no reason why not. I just didn't. I did some other things. So, it is. See, this is what I mean by when this lady says she did, it took her 15 months. Yes, 15 months ago she started it, but how much of that 15 months was her doing it? How many hours of actual work went into it? Because that is the only true comparison. Because if, as you say, let's say I'm doing an average of 2 hours a day, right? Well, that then means it's taking me 56 hours. Well, if you do 12 hours a day, it's going to take you a lot less now, isn't it? And as you proved, in 30 days at 12 hours a day, you reckon you could do my square. Well, you know, it's... But if you divided that up into two, if you did 2 hours, so that's a sixth of the work per day, well, then you're talking a lot more, aren't you? And so it is that kind of... You know, you're not... If you just say, oh, well, it took me X days, that's... Without the how much time you spent on it, you can't really compare, because, you know, if you've got 12 hours a day you can spend on it, well, the only days I could arguably do that are the weekend. I can't do that during the working week, because, well, I've got a day job. And I'm not staying up all frigging night just to do it. I'm too old for that crap. So, you know, you need the hours worked, and that is the best way to compare it. So it is interesting that, you know, you reckon it's 30 days of 12-hour days. Well, 30 days if you do 12-hour days. So you're saying in 12 hours you can do a square, basically. No. Oh, come on, brain cells, warm up a bit. I don't normally have to think, so sometimes... If you do 30 days in 12 hours, there are 18 squares. I think it's comparable speed. Off the top of my head. 12 hours a day. Yeah, I'd say it's gotta be... Fuck's sake, give me a calculator. So you reckon you... No, that's not comparable at all. Bad brain cells. So, at 30 times 12, which gives me 360 hours, divided by 18... No, that's 11, idiot. That's 20 hours a square. Now, if I average 2 hours a day, and I take 28 days, I'm taking 58 hours. So I'm taking nearly 2 and a bit times the amount of time you're planning on doing that. So, as I said, I could be really showing shit in comparison, and that's very likely. But I'd certainly be interested to watch you work if you do. It's... Yeah, I think... So if I take 28 days to... For goodness sake. I really hate the way calculators these days no longer kind of reset when you do things. Sometimes you hit reset and it I'll undo the last thing you did. No, I want to if I hit equals now, nothing should happen. There are no calculations in progress. So you see, by my estimations, it's going to take me about 1,008 hours. And if I divide that by 12, that's 84 days. So at my speed, or my current apparent speed, it would seem that I will take, if I could do 12-hour days every day in a row, it would be 84 days. Just as a comparison. Clearly, I would never have been a good lace maker in the 1800s. I'm not fussed, no. But Still alive then, that's a good thing. That sounds like a good plan. It's alright, Popster. It's alright. I know it's a bit early, I need one more pair for you, but if I put you in a stick, you can sit up there out the way, which makes more space for everybody else. A bit precarious, but there we go. There. Now we want 4 of you. No, don't fall over. That's just not funny and fair. Go on, stay over there. Of course, now you don't want to at all, do you? Hey, Sigbear, how are you? I'm good because my weekend has officially started. So it is the way of the weekend. You see, I finish at noon UK time, so you know, my weekend started nearly 5 hours ago. Yay! We do daylight savings this weekend. Yeah, daylight savings this weekend. So we lose an hour. Slightly disappointing because those hours will all add up. Let's try and sort my blanket out a bit. Hang on. There we go. And there are wet patches on my blankets from being licked by little annoying brown dogs. They were being naughty puppies yesterday. So, I don't know what, because I've looked at it like 6 times now, and I cannot see what was so freaking interesting. There's a patch that is down the other side of something, so I can't quite see it, but I can see them licking at it. And they would go up to this patch and lick at it like it was a lollipop, right? And I mean, like, almost frantic licking at it. Like there was, dripping honey or something. There isn't a single mark. There isn't anything to be seen. But they were just being bloody annoying with it yesterday. So, well, we all know that dogs will lick at smells. So there may be a smell on the carpet. But I don't know what, because it's not exactly in line for any smells, But they were both at it. And they were getting kind of upset for being told off, can you stop it kind of thing. And I was getting fed up of shouting, can you stop it? And we started again this morning, but we haven't done it since. So whatever it is has kind of worn off, hopefully. But, it's just one of those moments where you're sitting there going, I don't care what it is. I don't care if there's beef dripping on my carpet. You're going to have to leave it alone, or I'm going to come over there and well, and that is the thing. It could be all manner of something. It could be, well, this can be the thing. What if someone had pooey paws and that's what they're licking? I mean, it could have been all manner of stuff. But whatever it is, doesn't need licking. Carpets and clothes do not need licking as a generic rule. I mean, it could be. I mean, it's got a reasonable probability. But as you say, sometimes we're just best off not knowing. It's just best not to know, Years ago, there was a horse meat crisis, or a beef crisis, whichever way you want to look at it, in that apparently some of the beef that was being sold here in the UK was not actually beef. It was horse meat. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, would I knowingly eat Nelly the stag? No. Yeah, it's not really a thing. But at the same time, if you ate it and you didn't think it was funny, why are you complaining? I mean, you know, why do they do that? Well, I know roughly why they do that, but why do they have to do that? Why do they feel so compelled to do that? It's... And then, of course, they want to come and lick you. And if you know what they've done, no, get the f off me and leave me alone with your booey face. No. I have the same thing. Rory will come in from the garden licking his lips like he's just had a fresh cream cake. And it's all it takes. It is all it takes. But yeah, Rory goes down the garden, comes back, slopping his chops like he's had a fresh cream cake, and it's like, "Hi, can I lick you?" No. I need to have forgotten what you've done, and that's not going to be for like 20 minutes. So can you not? I know that there are no cream cakes in my garden. Therefore, the only thing that you really could be eating is either dead things or poo. And neither of which I want slathered round my face. Thank you. I mean, I do not have the highest, requirements in the world. But even I require not dead things and poo. Thank you very much, It's not that I properly forget, but it's the... I don't forget that they've done it because, well, it's gross, and the fact that you've done it once means I will never forget. I remember early one morning. It must have been. Yeah, I know. I can't remember who it was. Well, picture this, okay? I was not witness directly to this, but I have all but seen the nearest comparison. One morning, Trev comes in and he's retching. He's gone for his first morning cigarette. He's been out in the garden, and he's retching away. Now, Trev is more easily turned than myself. I will point that out. I have a little bit more willpower to keep food in my stomach, but even I have limits. Trev was really off. He spent quite a lot of time talking to God on the phone. When he'd finished, he explained to me that dog A had been in the garden with dog B, and that dog A had been going for a morning poo. Fair enough. So dog B was literally eating it as it came out. At like 7 o'clock in the morning. Now, as I'm not generally one who suffers from the, "Oh, but it's such and such time of day, you can't possibly do that." But that's a bit early. Yeah. I haven't had anything in my stomach yet. Yeah, that could have got me to an extent. Yeah. And you're just really like, seriously, dude, that your breakfast is on the table waiting for you to come back in from the garden. You do not need to be eating poop. And, well, yeah, and as you say, it's kind of less endearing qualities of dog. Now, cats also do foul things, so let's not pretend cats are innocent in this, for they also do foulness. But sausage style straight out the machine is not... No, we're not needing of that. We're really not. You get a good diet, there is no call for the... No, just no. No. Please, no. Well, exactly. I mean, as a fellow dog owner, all the dog owners will know, 5-second rule does not count in a dog household. You have to be freaking quicker than that. And even if you're really lightningly fast, you're still likely to lose. But... no. Yeah. Yeah. I want some dinner later. Not hugely, no. I've got a new game to play, which is Escape Simulation, or whatever it's called. So it's kind of an escape roomy type thing. So I'll probably play a bit of that. I finally won my war with Path of Exile and X Solar and paying the money. So I can now buy from you. Well, Grinding Gear Games, who make Path of Exile, use a company called X Solar to do their purchases. A bit like using PayPal, only X Solar then use PayPal. I don't really quite know what X Solar do for you, but whatevs, right? So they, you know, if you want to buy anything from Grinding Gear Games, it goes through X Solar. Now, other companies use them too. I've bought other stuff through them, but it's not hugely common, but I have used them before. Well, not by choice, but, you know, they have been privy to some of the purchases that I have had in the past. And I liked Path of Exile 1, and when Path of Exile 2 kind of went into early access last year, I decided that I'd do some of that because I enjoyed it, and so I did. And I bought, and you know, you get things like stash tabs, and I don't generally buy microtransactions, but because Grinding Gear games are free, buying a bit more bank space because I can hoard a bit in games. 2, 3, 4, 5. I can be a bit of a hoarder in a game, so I've inevitably got a bank full of crap that probably I really don't need, but I don't want to get rid of it just in case. And so buying a couple of extra stash tabs to hold a bit more shit, or you can buy special stash tabs that, you know, hold certain types of items and whatever to help organise it a bit. You know, I don't mind paying you know, kind of $1 or something or two for, I think the most expensive one's like $10 or something, right? We're not talking a lot of money. You know, and for a game that is free, and I've put a lot of hours into Path of Exile, so, you know, spending a few, you know, they almost deserve some money, because keeping all the servers up, doing all of that, costs money. They pay people to develop it, costs money. Their game is free. It really doesn't hurt me to spend a few quid buying a couple of bits that make my in-game life just a little bit easier. I disagree with the pay-to-win theory, but having a few more stash tabs to hoard a bit more shit, or to store it out a bit more, I am definitely down for a bit of that. Anyway, I went to buy something. It was either the very end of last year or the very beginning of this year. And it said, due to security violations, we're not going to take your money. Bye. If you keep getting this, please contact support. So I clicked the chat person, and the person on the chat said, you've triggered our security thing. Give it 24 hours, try again. Well, as I haven't bought anything from you for like, you know, a month and a half, 2 months, probably longer. Okay, whatevs. Left it like 3 or 4 days. Tried again, the same. Now, my email, because I'm British, my email address ends in .co.uk. This is a domain I've had since 1996 or 97, right? Can't remember exactly when I got it. Might be 97, right? So I've had it a little while now. Oh, your domain's not suitable. This was one of the chat people's answers. Your domain's not suitable. You should use Hotmail or Yahoo. What, where all the spam comes from? No thanks. I've got a perfectly good email, which I pay money for, you know, and that I've been using with everybody else. No one else has a problem with it. And what exactly is wrong with my email? After all, it is effectively a company domain name, so what exactly is wrong with it? They couldn't answer that. Anyway, I sent a message off to support, and support kind of went, you know, I got basically this. Well, I asked the chat person at this point, can I speak to a supervisor? Because you're all just telling me the same things. None of you were able to actually answer the question. You know, I am not creating a crappy spam email address for which you would then have to change your Grinding Gear Games account over to that new address just because you don't like an email address that is perfectly well used by many other people. And I got back the same sort of stock response quite a few times. Now, I also wrote to Grinding Gear Games because obviously, well, hey dudes, you're not getting my money because whatever crappy purchasing people you use have decided in their infinite wisdom that this is not a thing, right? And I got back very quickly, hey, yes, thank you for your email, and we should be able to help you with that. Can you confirm some details about your account? Yes, so I did. This doesn't feel right. Hang on. No, that's right. Anyway, there's been quite a bit of going back and forth between the ex-Solar people and my good self, because, you know, they'd write back, well, just do this. Well, and one of the answers is because you're trying to buy in dollars, and that's not suitable for your country. Darling, I buy shit in dollars all the time. What are you on about? You haven't even tried it with PayPal. PayPal and everybody convert it, so that's not a thing. I've selected, you know, the UK flag on Grinding Games. It's not an American flag. It is a UK flag, and they charge in dollars. So, you know, this is something I feel you should take up between you and your client. I, as the consumer, should not need to be involved in that kind of battle. Anyway, I obviously got passed around at the other end a fair bit, and finally, I ran into someone who said, well, yes, it is because it's in dollars, but we can fix that. Oh, was funny. In 3 months, you've constantly told me it's my fault and my problem. You know, but funny, you're now saying that you can fix it. Well, get on with it then. So, they did. And last night, I finally managed to buy some, you know, in-game points to buy the things. Because, of course, like all games, many of them, it's you buy points and then buy the shit that you want with the points. And this isn't right. Somehow, this isn't right. I see why it's not right. Hang on. Back we go. So you buy some in-game points and then you spend the points on the things that you actually wanted. Which is kind of annoying, and apparently some ruling's gone out to try and stop some of this shit. Because, of course, they do the, you know, whatever points you can buy is always a mismatch to whatever the things you can cost. So, and of course the cost is hidden from the consumer. You've got to mentally do your own mathematics to work out how much items actually cost. And so there has been apparently recently a ruling that forbids this in certain places. Anyway, they have actually fixed it. And it just makes you wonder why people, you know, why is this? Because at the end of it, so it wasn't really a security issue. It was purely, because you're British, we think you should be buying in pounds. Well, so am I, because, well, it was almost well, then there's no point me playing this game if I can't, you know, if I need something and I actually need it, I won't be able to buy it. Well, then what's the point me playing? I'm only torturing myself with something I can't play properly, right? No, I can't. And I think that's, to me, is the important part of it. Plus, you know, from a grinding gear games point of view, think of all the money they're potentially losing when all the other people who speak English and click on the English flag, because they speak English, are being told, I'm sorry, you can't buy shit from us because, you know, we haven't, you know, Australia, whatever, right? If all of it, you know, the Canadians potentially, that's quite a lot of people. Because obviously, Americans were alright, because US dollars, but, well, the rest of us were potentially all being told to, you know, go jump because of some half-brained, oh, it's for security. No, it's not for security. But it is funny how, even though they've had my email address, obviously, because they've been emailing me, even though they had all of the details and could have looked up in their own invoicing system, I had to send them screen prints showing the invoice numbers of previous transactions I had done with them in dollars, because of course they were in dollars, before they would actually look at it. And there is a bit of you kind of going, you know, the frustrations of all of that were, you know, did get to me, because I just want to play the game, dude. I just want to buy a couple of fucking stash tabs so that I can hoard some shit in a, you know, digital shit in a game. I mean, I'm not, you know, we're not talking buying the crown jewels here. It's not like I'm trying to buy a house, you know, we are a real house, that is. You know, we are talking a handful of dollars, the price of less than a pizza. Can you just, like, wind your neck in a bit and let me buy? Yeah. I mean, we're going to finish this triangle today, you know, right? You know, it just seemed, and it just seemed that no one could give you a proper answer as to what actually was deemed the problem of me buying it in dollars. Because I bought stuff in dollars all the time. So yeah, I can now go away and hoard some shit. And well, and that's the thing. That was where I was getting to. Was the fine? Well, if you guys aren't going to resolve it in a reasonable time period, and one of the things that did slightly annoy me was when I wrote to the Grinding Gear Game Sport, I heard back very quickly. Can you confirm some account details? Basically, can you please prove by giving us this information from your account that, it's your account. Well, if it's got attached to my email, love, it's, and I'm using the email and it's come from all the right places, chances are it is probably me, but okay, fine. So I provided all the details and then I didn't hear anything. And a month later, I posted a thing on the forum, kind of like, hello, I wrote to your support about something. And they very quickly wrote back to me with a please confirm some stuff mail, and it was definitely human writing. Because I think they wrote to me once, I wrote back something, and they said yes. Can you confirm this then? So I then confirmed it, and then didn't hear anything on. Oh well, our support's a little bit backlogged. A month? A month backlogged? Dude, you need to find some more people. You need to be paying some more people to answer the support if you are over a month behind. Yeah, and I mean we could all, don't get me wrong, the Xsola lot, when I asked for the supervisor thing, email it, supervisor@xsola.com, by the way, and I was told, they responded in 2 days. Well, it took them over a week. So, a few extra days, you can understand that maybe, they're having a heavy load and, insert for whatever reason, right? But a month? Dude, that's not reasonable, It's just... I mean, even if all you do, and I know this sounds stupid, but as someone who works in IT support, one thing I can tell you is that, when you're on hold and you get the, please hold, you are in a queue, your call is important to us, and you get really knocked with it, right? But if you do that in terms of IT support, so you've got a ticket, and the ticket, for whatever reason, you're not able to progress it or whatever, right? If you write back fairly frequently, once a day, once every couple of days, depending on what type of ticket it is, obviously. If you've got a P1, the servers are all on fire, right? Well, if every hour you say, you speak to the person in question, you go, right, yeah, I'm aware of the problem. We are looking at it. This is the latest status. Joe Boggs is in there with the fire extinguisher. We're going to have to see how much damage there is. We've got, 10,000 servers, whatever. It'll take a while to go through all the servers to see which ones are cooked and which ones are not. I'll let you know in an hour how we're doing. Phone back at 55 minutes and tell them an update. Even if the update is, sadly, I've got nothing more to tell you this time. I'll speak to you in an hour. Once again, 55 minutes later, ring them back and repeat, right? I'm not saying drag it out, but you can almost drag that out for hours and not do anything, be playing Pong and eating pizza, right? Because you're keeping them updated and making them feel important. They'll be angry, they'll be, but the business is losing money, whatever. But, it's going to be losing money for a bit longer, because even if they all come back right here, right now, it's not going to all instantly be as it was. Something's not going to be connected. Something's going to need some work. Something, there's going to be a knock-on effect, right? So, but if you keep them up to date, they will be as calm as you're going to keep them. If you just let them stew, so, all your servers are on fire, we're looking at it. And they have to call back. They're already going to be mad. Because they had to call back. Because this hyper mega important thing, and you didn't call them back. So even if all I had to do was, your ticket is still open, we are aware that, we are there, we're still working on it. As I said, it could be arguably a big fat lie. But if you mail, if for every day or whatever, or a few days, or even, you send out a mail saying, we're still, your ticket's in a queue, we're having an abnormally high load at the moment, and we'll get to you as soon as we can. We haven't forgotten, it's still in our queue. You are reassured that someone hasn't just closed it and sodded off. Right? So a month later, having heard literally nothing, posting on their forums and being told, well, there's a high load. A month is not a high load, dude. A month is catastrophic. Imagine you couldn't play for some reason, and a month later you still can't play. You going to bother playing again? Of course you're not. Absolutely not. And as you said, I won't be the only one who couldn't buy shit. So, think of all the money they could be losing by not dealing with it. Not a very good business plan. I'm not a very good people person. I'm really not. But I'm feeling better looking at some of these people, I'm beginning to feel more suitable, My only fear is whatever X-Solar did, next time I need to buy something, say, in pounds from them, it's going to reject it because now I've been set to dollars or something. More Coke, that's what I need. Oh, toes. It's because I tucked my foot underneath and then lean forward, and it pushes my foot forward in my shoe, so my toes ram into the end of my shoe, whereas they wouldn't normally, because, well, I wear shoes that fit, so my toes usually are nowhere near the end of my shoe. But because they have a little bit of wiggle room, they can slide slightly forward and ram into the end of my shoe, for which they have, and now, well, at least one of them has no blood in it, so bear with me a second while I wiggle some toes. Ha ha ha! Ooh, that really hurts. Why is it, and I mean this sincerely, so, picture this. If someone was to do you unfortunate harm and limit how much you could breathe, so, I don't know, choking or whatever, suffocating in some form, you would thrash like a dying fish trying to get them off. Should you then suddenly get air, you would gasp a little bit, but you would calm down rather rapidly, because now your chances of survival have eminently changed. Why is it that when your body is running out of blood, it doesn't say a word? It sits there quietly, dropping off, going numb, starving of blood, and, because we all know that if you've done any first aid, tourniquets got banned because they limit the blood too much and then the limb will die. Well, so, buddy, don't you think it's kind of important that the going to sleep bit is the bit that you complain about, not the getting the blood back? Because body's done half whine when the blood comes back to you, the bit of you that fell asleep. Because as we all know, well, frankly, you don't get to be an adult without having some bit of you fallen asleep at some point. It really is infinitely painful, and there is basically nothing you can do that will stop it being painful. You have to just live with it. And whether it's a whole leg, arm, butt cheek, whatever, that is going to hurt like a mofo until the blood has sufficiently returned. Then it will be warm for a bit, because it will kind of go, ooh, blood, and then it will go back to normal. Why is it that it falls asleep without so much as a, excuse me, I could use a bit more blood if that would be okay? Not even a word. Not a tiny, tiny mention. No, 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 no. What are you doing, stupid woman? We're not doing rose ground. Oh, for goodness sake. Hang on there. Right. Well, as I say, even if it's just a little quiet, excuse me, I could really use a little bit more blood if that's not too much inconvenience. Just a whisper of a hint, rather than, oh yeah, I died about 40 minutes ago, didn't like to mention it. And now I'm gonna kick and scream the whole way back. Cheers for that, buddy. Love you too. It doesn't seem an unreasonable ask now, does it? I mean, I'm sure this doesn't feel right. It's because it's not. So, somewhere around here, there is a faux pas. And the faux pas is there. That pin, let's get my pointy stick. This pin here, there's no threads coming out from between the two. But I had the right number when I got to the bottom. How does that work? Arse. So, you all need to shuffle up because I need you out the way now, because we're going to have to get complicated now. Right. So, I need you. You see, there's 3 coming out. Oh, well, there's 4 because there's technically on there. But there should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I fucked up somehow. No, and I got to the bottom and thought I had the wrong count, but that was because I'd done something stupid. And I wasn't counting it right. But I got to the bottom and had what felt like the right number of bobbins. So clearly I didn't do this right somehow. Somehow I screwed this up. So now we go backwards. Let me try and work out what the hell I did with these bobbins. There we go. Not that pin. Not that pin. Go away. Not that pin. There. Now I shortened these like 2 seconds ago. How are they so frigging long? And why is it I get to the end here and they're always tangled differently to how I expect? Now, I've got a feeling it should be as easy as... I need one more layer, don't I? Okay. Scroll these back up again, because they're just far too bloody long. would. If it did the pins and needles of help, 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 I'm falling asleep, you'd instantly move and stop it. The worst one is when you've slept on your arm funny all night or something, and you wake up in the morning and you've got the dead arm thing, and it flails around like a unattached rubber limb, like the arm in Harry Potter in Chamber of Secrets, right? The film anyway, where it's rubber and it flails around, right? You know, if it kind of didn't do that, and it did it, you know, when you needed it to do it, as you say, when it's falling asleep, it actually did the, hey, ow, not enough blood, searching, see, desperately needing more blood. Your body would move even in your sleep, because it would go, oh, well, that's not a good idea, and move. But because it doesn't, you then wake up with the dead arm thing, and you wipe, you know, half your bedside table off, because, well, you do, and so with any luck, this is as simple as, you should never have been in it, and you should have come out sooner. So 1, 2, 3, 4, possibly. Yeah, that looks possible. Yeah, that looks possible. So you go in, and then you come out. Will you just stop getting longer and longer? You're just not being helpful, Bobbin. You're just not, you know? Can you just stop it? Nobody else is giving me this kind of grief. Only you and your friend. Hmm? Okay. So, for goodness sake, dogs. It's the one thing I hate about having dogs. They can be so twitchy for the tiniest of noise that you're completely unaware of. And and you're left kind of, and they leap up and they kind of, oh my god, gotta go and do this. No, not desperately. You're a bit long as well. It's funny how they weren't long when we did it last time, if you know what I mean. Mere moments ago, when we did this, they were not too long then. You've got longer again. Will you swap? Now I need you. See this? you. But that's not right. This isn't right either. Because I shouldn't get to the I should get to the bottom and have those two pairs as the bottom pair. So something else is wrong. And of course it's really hard to see what, because I can't get my head here because of anatomy. No, I just can't see it. The pins are in the way and I can't visualise what is going on. Let me take a photo of it. Sometimes I can see better in the photo. Hang on. Fuck off, phone. I'm trying to look at a picture and it goes, ooh, save battery, save battery. You've got 85%. Stop saving battery. You do not need to be saving battery. I think it was the last... Don't take a screen print when I'm trying to shut you down either. Ever since I got this case, I seem to do that a lot. And there's nothing wrong with this case. I just seem really adept at it. One of those really irritating things. And these bobbins getting longer and longer is really just not helping. I've got a feeling it's not this pin. Because this pin's clearly not doing what we want. You should not be in it. So you are definitely out of the question. I've got a feeling somehow I added two pairs here. 1, 2, 3, 4. But this kind of suggests... Oh, stop it! 5. See, too many. So, we added an extra pair last time when we shouldn't have done, somehow. Oh, for Christ's sake, Amy! On the couch, off the couch, on the couch, off the couch. Just quit it. Sit down, little one. But not on me. Okay? I said not on me. Yes, see, look, I added an extra one here by mistake. And now my pillow's wonky. Yes, I know. Yeah, I know. But it's times like this that you could really brain them one, you know? I'm trying to do something. I do not need your doggity assistance. For dog assistance is no good assistance at all. My bobbins are being annoying by constantly undoing themselves. 1, 2, 3. See, that's not the right number either. So I should have 4 at this point. 1, 2, 3. I should have 4. But a minute ago, it worked out. What the flying fuck? This is the time when I really hate lace making. When I've explained it to you before, it's like driving up a road that you only ever drive one way, and when you go the other way, it looks nothing like, and your brain just refuses to acknowledge that you are where you are, and it refuses that there's anything to do with it, because I think this pear has to go in here. And stop getting longer before I super glue you. And then get pissy because I won't be able to undo it. See, a pair of you has already gone from that side of the thing. So you definitely need to go in there. Like that. You now come out. And they're at 1, 2, and you're getting longer again. 3, 4. I don't know what to do with bobbins that just keep getting longer, because we know, well, the collar of badness was the cone of shame was a reasonable answer, but these cone of shame, these, because I shorted all of these so they didn't dangle off the end, and they're all dangling off the end, and it's just gonna drive me nuts. So this is one advantage of a roller cushion, is that you just roll it up. So you come out. 1, 2, 3. Need number 4. You need to fucking quit being so long. And so do you. Excuse my French, but oh. Always so frustrating when you make a simple mistake somewhere and then everything turns to crap. 1, 2, 3, 4. Everything starts turning to crap and everything seems to be out to piss you off. Because this one's getting longer. I mean, there's no way they were this unequal a minute ago. I spend my whole time shortening bobbins. If you notice, I hardly ever have to lengthen them. I only ever seem to shorten them. It's partly because as they roll, they undo themselves, but they're not supposed to. The hitch knot thing is supposed to stop that, but it doesn't. Right. So, 2 of you need to go in there to make 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right. You're done. Go and live with the fairies or something. Right. you're out the way. Now, let's go back to where we were, which was here. Now we have bobbins to go in there. And I've not been twisting them, have I? Fuck's sake. The only thing that can get annoying about these Danish bobbins is the little mushroom top things catch on threads, and it's kind of pin doesn't help, you know. You haven't been saying that, Jeff, for ages. Yeah. In amongst a big pile of swearing, but yeah. It's just... It is just one of those weird things, right, where no matter how much you concentrate, no matter how much attention you're paying, all it, you know, like you said about your dog, it takes 2 seconds of the tiniest slip of not looking, or your mind briefly kind of goes, you know, I know, ow, toe or something, and the whole thing turns to shit. And it makes it really, you know, it becomes very frustrating because, you know, it's... I keep saying this is not hard. It really isn't. But the human body gets into routines, and then goes, I hate that, sorry, what? And just kind of grinds to halt and goes, sorry, no, I have no recollection of how that works at all. But brain, you've been doing it for the last 40 minutes. Yeah, well, I know nothing on this subject, right? It was really apparent in karate. So, you had a handful of moves, and sensei would say, do this punch, this block. Okay, punch, block, and you do like 10 slow, 10 medium, 10 hard and fast, right? Now we'll add, I don't know, another punch or a kick on the end of it or something. So, right, okay, punch, block, kick, punch, block, kick, punch, block, kick. You're doing really well, and it's a bit like Simon Says, add another one, add another one, add another one. And you get to a little kind of combination of so many moves. Now, they're not necessarily hard. They are made of your basic moves. And suddenly your brain just goes, no, not doing that now. No, can't be doing that. You wanted me to, with what hand now? Where's this going? Why are we doing this? And your brain just farts. And I remember a competition, which I won, by the way, during one of the kind of... Yeah, it does. It just kind of goes, doing. I'm sorry, what are you having me doing now? And that's it. You grind to a halt and your brain kind of goes, refusing, no, fast server brain, not responding, not having none of that. No, we won't be doing that one. No, don't even talk to me about that. No, not doing that. And we had to do, the thing I won in this seminar was we had to do all of the strikes, then all of the blocks as fast as we could. Now, I'm standing next to a kid who's like a third of my size, right? Not only in height, but in weight and everything. He was a scrawny little bugger. But he was exceptionally good at karate, right? And I loved him to pieces. He was a great kid. I often wonder what happened to him, considering he gave up slightly before I did. But his mother kind of stopped bringing him to the same ones that I was at. Not because of me, but because of other things. And general kind of, she dropped out, he dropped out, I think. So I don't even know if he's still doing it. I haven't heard of him, so I'm assuming so. Anyway, it boiled down to me and him. So as a deciding factor, we had to do something like all of the strikes, all of the punches, 5 times in a row. So you do, I can't remember how many were. Let's say there were 8 strikes, 8 blocks, and then you do 8 strikes, 8 blocks, 8 strikes, 8 blocks. So you've done 5 repeats, right? And most people had fallen out because their brain had farted somewhere along the way. Because while these are moves you do in this order every week, and you have done since the very first lesson you did karate, trying to do it fast, trying to do it repeatedly, without someone saying, right, next do this, next do that, next do the other, just blew people's minds apart. Now, when I say I won, I did win, not by much. But also, we were in fancy dress. Now, for the most part, fancy dress was not full-blown dinosaur costume fancy dress. There were a few people who had worn pyjamas and Spider-Man outfits. But for the most people, it was a stupid mask, 'cause it was a Halloween event, right? And I had kind of a Darth Maul mask. And a temperature of 105. I should not have been there at all, because breathing on the inside of this mask was exceptionally limited, because it was a full-on latex mask. It wasn't cloth or anything. Couldn't really breathe through it. So I am sweating like a horse on the inside of this thing. But I still won! Damn, was that hard work. Well, to be honest, I'm really impressed that I didn't. But I was very conscious that I should not have been there. If nothing else, from the passing on of germs kind of category. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hang on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's right. It's because it rolled in the middle, and my brain went, "I'm sorry, what?" Because clearly my brain cells are somewhat lacking. But yeah, I was very aware that I should not have been there. But I'd paid, and well, I wasn't going to give them my money and not show up. So, and I'd bought the damn mask and all. So, because I don't normally do many of these things. I also remember another pantomime thing. It was a lesson, and we'd all dressed up something, and I went as Dobby. I got a crappy, cheap duvet cover that I cut holes in for my arms, and another latex mask thing of Dobby, and I was Dobby for the evening. And lots of other people, "Oh, I'm really hot." Well, I rather sensibly, while I'm wearing clothes underneath my duvet, I'm not stupid, right? A duvet cover. I have a baggy duvet as my clothing, so it's quite airy in here. I learnt my lesson from last time. Do not then be wearing, heavy fitting clothes when when you're about to do a crap ton of exercise. Oh, Rory! That was nearly a sackable offence, wasn't it? Little man. What? I'm not far off, so come on. Either come up round the back or something. One of these bobbins really needs to rein itself in. Hang on. Because that was nearly annoying. Right. Look, it's all gone baggy and tangly now, hasn't it? Because you head-butted it. Right. 1, 2, 3, 5. You two are done. So it's you next. See, how come we've got... They keep just getting longer. I swear, they're not getting shorter as you're using thread up. They're getting longer. But of course they can't be. Because, well, the bobbins are getting emptier. But... That was nearly a sackable offence, dog. Headbutting my cushion. Silly pup. I do love him ever so much. Why has he always got to come up through the non-existent gap? You've been doing better for this last week or so, coming up through behind me, round the open side of the couch, where there is lots of room for doggies to come up. I have no problem with him being on the couch. He's very welcome to be on the couch, for he is loved. But destroy my freaking lace and I might have something to say about it. But that, my friends, is exactly how the great bobbin disasters happen. Is dog decides to headbutt lace thing, and if I hadn't been here to stop it, it probably would have been upside down on the floor, which would have resulted in tangled bobbins. So, you know, I mean, I'm not going to pretend that they're not slightly tangled here, but they are majoritively kind of roughly where they should be. You know, there's no lost bobbin. There's no bobbin that has broken off because they didn't fall and land on the floor and jerk and snap things off. So from that point of view, hallelujah. But at the same time, could so easily have been different. Hurrah! We completed our triangle. And it's Friday. Which means triangle tomorrow. New triangle tomorrow. You already got twisted, well done. I'll sort you out tomorrow. No, do it now before I get... How in the name of mercy are you this tangled? So you are tangled, you've got Timmy on, you're supposed to be like that. Let's try that again, and this time, don't dance around. Thank you. Like that. There we go. There. Right. Now let's push some of you back. Get some of these threads out of the pins like this, so that we can take a half reasonable photo. Let's use you to extract some of you out of there, because that's what it takes. Being lifted out like that. There you go. It's not perfect, but it will do. We now can take a photo of end of triangle. So, camera. And what we will try and remember to do tomorrow, but inevitably I will forget because that's kind of how it works, is we'll try and take a picture at the start of the emptiness of what is to come. Oh, that pen just bent in half. Actually, you're a pin that can come out, so let's not worry about you too much now. Ah. In fact, never mind. It's only a pin. Take that one out instead. There you go. So, we now have half a triangle. Half a square, rather. So, let me squiggle over a little bit to my computer. And... wrong one. So, let me squiggle with my computer. Actually, might as well stay on that one, otherwise you won't see it happen. So let's go into here, into there, into there, into there. We open up. There it is. I really should have called it something better than green. Do not ask me why I called it green. Green seemed a good idea at the time. It's a stupid name for it, considering it is the upkeep of where I'm at. And then we export it to that. Yes, we want to replace it. Go. And there, you should now see, she says trying to find the type bar. Oh, we have half a square. So we've now done 6.5 squares. So I'm going to call it a day. It's 6 o'clock here. I feel I deserve some takeout as a result of my antics of the day. For I have achieved triangle early this week. Normally we don't finish till Sunday, so we have done better this week than normal. I'm going to turn, I kind of don't really want the pile of bobbins there, but there we go. Cover you up a bit to keep you safe with the many cloths that I have. So I thank you for joining me on my triangle completion. For we have now done, what is it, 25.5 squares or whatever. No, 25.5 squares, if I knew it was 25.5 squares. We have done 26 triangles, which is 6.5 squares. Halle frickin' Luya. I shall be back tomorrow. Now, obviously, tomorrow is normally a much later time, so normally I will not start for another 3 or 4 hours yet. And I do a later one to allow some of you more foreigner people an opportunity to come see the stream at that time. I'm kind of in the mood though. So we shall see. Maybe there'll be 2 tomorrow if I'm really in the mood. Depends what else I get up to, because I've got lots of the T word to be doing. So, you know, it's not like I haven't got other things in life I should really be getting on with. But I thank you for your company. I hope you will come and join me again. If you're not following, please do. You'll find that Twitch is pretty poor at notifications. So we have a Discord, !Discord, and it will tell you when I go live. That way, because while this was the only session I guaranteed to do every week, I do try and stream every day, but this is the only one I guarantee to do. So it allows me a lot of flexibility for the life getting in the way, the not be bothered, the I'm sick of this, because to be honest, it is somewhat repetitive. So we go through ups and downs, as do we all. And so some weeks we're really productive, some weeks we're less productive. It's kind of weird considering that we finished the triangle today, considering I actually had 2 days off this week, which is unusual. I usually only have 1 day off. So we did pretty damn well. Yeah, really pleased with myself this week. We were, again, on fire. We were doing good. So hopefully see you tomorrow, if not on Sunday, which will be a more daytime thing. So, yeah. Thank you. So yes, I hope to see you all again, and have a good evening. If I do not see you again, sorry you didn't want to come back. If I do see you again, can't wait to see you till next time. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.